Good morning, good morning. I took like a 6-hour nap. Might check. Yeah, I took like a 6-hour nap today. I was just exhausted at like 11 a.m. I'm just like, I'm gonna go lay down and take another nap. Like, I'm still feeling tired. But like, we'll check my Fitbit here in a second. We'll let that play. It keeps going back to these animal videos. But let's see, like my Fitbit, what does it actually say I slept? It says I got 10.5 hours of sleep today. So, but that was wait, what? Oh wait. Of course it doesn't know how to. So my nap, I guess my nap was just under 4 hours of sleep. It says I only slept till 6:40. There's no way that I laid in bed for 3 hours doing nothing. Maybe an hour and a half. Maybe I did lay there for 3 hours. Oops. But I have like no steps today. That's not gonna fix before midnight. So that's great. That's great. Because it's too cold outside. I'm not going to walk outside. Like, it's cold. Cold. Like, actually, how cold is it? 37 degrees. Yeah, it's cold. Yeah, I'm not going outside. All right. Get a little bit of water here. I did a little bit of stretching before stream. My hip has been hurting. Like, my hip and my thighs. So I've been kind of like, I end up laying in bed just kind of trying to stretch my legs. Doesn't really help. But yeah. All right, so we ended up with a box earlier. So if I hit F5, we should have our logo fades in and goes to the green. The UI here needs to not be overlaid. There's nothing left to that video series, so we got to figure this out on our own. But I think we have some of the structure. I'm going to see if he has any more to his structure. But like, we have this. So the UI root, though, I think this should be hidden until after the main screen. So I'm not sure what to do about that. Let's see if they got extra videos that we could watch. Like, so I don't think we watched the full ending.
Extremely basic scene manager, and it has one fatal flaw that some of you might be seeing, and we're going to address that in the future. I just want to mention that now. So what it is.
A fatal flaw.
Sometimes if you have a massive scene, it can take seconds, like 10, 15 seconds to load massive scenes. And so the way Godot works is when you call this, it will not progress until this call is done. So your game will freeze during the duration it's loaded. And then once it's loaded, then the game will continue. We don't want that. That's really bad for your game to freeze. So Godot has a built-in method of loading things in the background. So what we're eventually going to build this into is a scene manager that has a list of all of the currently loaded scenes and all of the scenes that, you know, we're requesting to load. And so
is it
it'll check and say, hey, the scene that we want to switch to is in the list of loaded scenes. If not, the scene manager will automatically transition to a loading screen that'll have a progress bar. And then once that scene is loaded, then it'll transition to that scene. Or if the scene is already loaded, it'll just go straight to that after playing the transition. So we'll talk more about that, not in the next video, but probably the video after. The next video, we're going to focus on the transition manager, and we're going to go over how you can make all kinds of custom and cool transitions to transition from one scene to another. That's all handled within one script instead of doing it individually in each scene like we've been doing here with an animation player. So if you want to learn how to do that, keep your eyes out for the next video. And if you enjoyed this video, leave a comment, like, subscribe, share, And I hope to see you guys in the next one.
Of course, now it plays there. Yeah, so the issue, so we're stuck with this right now. I don't really know where to go with this. I forgot about this. Okay, so like main menu. Let's see, layout. Not inherited. Is it this? So center container. I didn't follow what he was so anchors. There we go. So we anchor at center. We'll go back to our label. Not texture. Where's it under? Font file. I guess we're using Open Sans. Can't check boxes. Displayed text. Oh, my legs are stretching. Okay, screw it. That's good enough for now, because if we hit this, a beautiful potato. Main menu. So we got that. All right, let's see. Logo splash. I want to copy this. Main menu. Pop that in. Ignore size. There we go. I just want to make this kind of like a watermark. So if I do this now, so that works for that. We're gonna copy animator. Go here. So keys, yeah, no. Create. Oh. I don't want to do it in the color rec. Oh, is this gonna... Only other players. Because I think part of the issue is I have this, whereas main menu doesn't have a script. So create new. Actually, can I just duplicate? Nope. Copy. I could duplicate. So main menu. Okay, so main menu. I don't know if this needs to be custom, but Okay, so I don't want this. I can't get rid of this. I don't think anyways. Oh, this, we're in the main menu one that needs to go away. So root node, texture rec. Oh, is this what I need to? Oh no, this is adding more stuff. I don't want to add more stuff here because I can't, for some reason, it's not, well now it will. Key, yes. Okay, so 2D. Oh, I bet I was in the, in the game there. So for, so where was, the option to add more keys? I'm drawing a blank on what we had to do earlier. So was there the texture rec? Oh, was that it? So hit the key at each one. Okay, and what? Value. I want this to fade in, fade out. Let me see what I have on Logo Splash. So animator. So we click on these. I'm not seeing what I... Object is read only. Why? Is it in play mode? I don't get it. I don't get what's going on here. It's not the texture rec. So it's under a node, so that doesn't matter. This is under a node. God, it got hot in my office like super fucking quick. I think I broke it when I did this. Because... So let's see, when I select this... When I do 5, does it still fade in? It does. So it fades in. Not quite magnificent, but it is. But this doesn't look like what it did before, so I'm a little confused. The only thing I can think of is because I use the same thing here, so maybe if we do new, so we change it to animation 2, and then we come back here. So like root node is logo, which is what we're under, yes. I don't know what I broke. It's not showing me what I saw earlier. Like there was the. Oh, so this, yeah, so that's like that. So okay, hold on. So I think I see what's going on now. So we've come here. Now we key this, create. 1 second. Wait, we'll do under 6 seconds. Now we do that. Oh, do we come into this? Not that. Oh. Like it's doing nothing there. So I don't know what we're doing wrong. So if I zero it on the ends, does that do anything? Jack squat. Phone's telling me to go to bed. Does it go away? And that's a nope. It's a big old nope. All right. So I'm wondering if it, so I think it's the animation step. So logo has that. This one does not. So main menu, drag it there. So now if we do it, because I forgot to add the script. I think the script is what was needed for both. Let's see if it closes out now. Crashes. Heard it's from node 2, so this must be okay. Okay. Still crashed. Animation finished, null object. Okay, yeah, I changed something here. So animation from main menu. I made it animation 2. Still failed because I didn't save. It could be because I'm pulling from animator. Oh, yeah. 1 second. Yeah, because it's pulling from texture rec animator. Still didn't fade out. What happened here? 2D, this. Get child base null instance. What? It's just throwing an error because it, yeah. I need the UI to not be visible until after this scene. So this isn't doing what I told it to do here. So main menu. Oh, wait. So it's supposed to be off. Let's try that. I don't know how to make it fade. I want to just see 3, 2, 1, pop. Pop. It pops. Okay. So it's really long time lapse. It is working though. So 6 seconds, make it 3. But I don't know how to make it fade, but whatever. For now, that's fine. Main menu. Okay, so that skips around to those. So main currently doesn't work, I don't think. Yeah, it fails. SFX not declared in current scope. That's because it's not a audio. I moved audio around. So if we go back to, so the app, audio root is no longer the audio root. So if we open that up, it doesn't have it. I don't know how to because I have SFX. This is basically the audio engine. Let's see if I can lock that to that. And now we play. Oh, that's still not gonna, never mind, hold on, that's not gonna load it up because main doesn't have a okay, so let's do, so main menu. So button, 2D view. How did I do buttons before? Because there's a pause. Because there's game over. That just has your dead. I thought it was labeled pause. What is in... Oh, this is just a tile source. Whatever. I don't know why that's there. Well, this isn't even in the right place. How do I have my pause scene? So pause menu. What scene do we pull up? So these are the buttons. Pause menu cannot. The VBox container. Are these are just in the main, aren't they? These are just a layer within main, so pause layer. Okay, so let's do that. So this should be in the core. Core UI, I think. So if I go there, this isn't a scene. So I would need, this is for menu. Let's make, okay, let's do this. So create folder, pause, create scene, pause, and then, so within this, right, so this is the scene, right? Yeah, this is the scene, I think. And then we add these. Yeah, that's in there. So then I need the scripts for this. So pause menu. So I think pause menu script, we could just move up into here. This is the wrong, it's a main menu. Wait, what did I do? This is main menu. Shit, what did I just do? Did I add it into app or something? I think okay, I think oh, I created a pause scene. Yes, pause scene. So save that. And then, so main menu. Wait, how do I, okay, this. Yeah, so that's gonna crash that because there's no music loaded. So audio root. This loads. This is loading all this. Now I'm a little confused because this should be loading this. Oh, because we moved it. I'm like looking for it here and I'm like, where is it? So it's not working as I was thinking it would here. So it's loading the audio for their... Okay, let's go back to this for a minute. So... Wait, I thought I added a button on here on the main menu. Did I add it elsewhere? No. Yeah, so this should become visible when pressed. Do I not have... Oh, I have a... Oh, let me look at scripts here. So... Because I have a menu button also. So if we go back to... Is it an app? We added it somewhere. Because there was an option for adding a menu button. That's what we did. Was it in game? Yeah, so... When we did this... Oh, so it pauses the game when this is pressed. So that's why it's not pausing. So, okay, let's just do... Just do that for now. Not getting anything from it. Project settings, key map. So, because we have menu and pause. So... So I think part of the issue might be in here. We added... Oh, I don't... So that didn't change anything. Like, we get this animation, but we're not getting... Like, the audio is loading the audio streams. It's not playing anything, though. Audio's not muted. App is... Like, it's got the pause menu, which is not visible for some reason. I can't... Oh, wait. Well, this is just a scene. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing at all here. Wait, so do I not have... Oh, I don't have this loaded in here. Cannot be a part of node. Let's because of the script. So wait, that extends controller. Wait, what? Okay, now I'm confused. It's yelling at me for two different things. So this has to be a node 2. So if we do F6, so... Which fails because it's not a, whatever, but... what did I change? So the script inherits from node 2. Wait, what? Which one? Pause menu at... So... Oh, this is... Hold on. Wait, where's the... It's because I added the script into this part. So script, remove that. Clear. Because we don't want a script on this. We wanted the script on the pause layer, because this is where it has the script. So it's got it tied to there. So like it's loading the pause layer here, but it's not visible. I don't know why. So let's go back to his tutorials, because he's got a decent amount of stuff here. Let's see if he's got anything for pause. Nope, no pause videos. Ooh, ledge grab. That'll be something I would like. So like this is the player I'm not watching a 43-minute video on stream. We'll watch a 5-minute video.
Hey guys, I'm Kobe Dev, and I'm going to be showing you how to create your very own pause menu in Godot. Now, the project I'm using in this tutorial actually is covered in a previous tutorial, which is a procedural terrain generation tutorial. It's just a base project. Now, the first thing you want to do is you want to open your project, your main scene, and create a user interface. We'll name this pause menu. And after that, you can add a panel container. And then inside of that, you'll put a VBox container. And after adding this VBox container, you're gonna add 3 buttons. You can do as many buttons as you want. And we'll go resume, restart, and we'll also do quit. And once we've got our scene sorted out, we're going to select the pause menu node, and it's very important that we go down to process and we're going to select always. This means that even if the scene is paused, we can still interact with the buttons, which is what a pause menu does. Another node we want to add is an animation player. And finally, we're going to also add a color rectangle. This is going to be our blur. And if it appears in front, we're going to just shift that so it appears behind all of that. And in the material, we're going to do new shaded material. Click on that, click on shader, new shader. I'm just going to provide you with this code, but basically the LOD refers to how much blur you're going to use, and you can actually change the parameter here. Now, once you've got that done, we're going to create an animation in the animation player. We'll just name it blur. And we're going to set the duration to around a 0.3. So first off, we are going to create a keyframe for the level of detail. You can hit the Bezier curves or not. And then at the very end, we're going to create a nice level of detail. Around 0.8 should look good. It's hard to see because it's just a blank screen here, but you will see it in the actual project. And if you want to make it look extra cool, you can also head over to the panel container here. Go down to visibility and then set the initial modulate to 0 and then the final modulate to be completely white. Now we've got all that set up, we can actually add our pause menu script, and then we're going to create a few functions. First one's going to be called resume, and what we're going to be doing in it is going to go get tree.paused equals false. And on the other hand, we're going to create a function pause, and it's going to be get tree.paused equals true. And then finally, we needed to take if the escape key is actually pressed. How we're going to do that is we head up to project settings here, and we head over to input map. I've already added an escape key, but you can add a new action by pressing that, and you'll see it just popped up there. And then the right plus icon here, it will listen for an input on your keyboard, and if you just press escape, you can map it really easily like that. So we're going to create a function, and if input is action just pressed escape and get tree.paused equals false, this means we haven't opened the pause menu yet. We want to hit pause. On the other hand, if input.action is pressed escape and get tree.paused equals true, then we're going to hit resume. Simple so far. So now we need to actually connect our buttons so they do something. So first we'll head over to our resume button, connect pressed to the pause menu script. I'm going to connect restart as well. Going to connect quit as well, and you can just set up the functionality however you want with any of your buttons. In this case, resume, we're going to call resume. Pretty obvious. On restart, we're going to go get tree.reload current scene. It's going to restart the scene, and on quit press, we're going to go get tree.quit. In the resume and pause, the reasons why I put them in functions, even though they're just one line, is because you can manage all the animations and any extra logic quite easily in just this simple function. We're going to go animation player.play backwards and then the name of our animation. And in pause, we're going to do the opposite. So it's not going to be play backwards, it's just going to be play. So let's hit save the scene wherever you want. Head over to main and drop the pause menu in your 2D scene. One thing you want to also add is you want to add a canvas layer. And as a child of that, pause menu. What this will do is wherever the player goes, the canvas layer will just draw the pause menu on top. And one more thing I always forget to do is to call your functions. We've got all these functions, but nothing is calling test escape. So we're gonna go over to process test escape. Another thing I forgot to say was when it's ready, you wanna play the reset function, and also on restart pressed, you just wanna call resume as well. And if we open it up again, click restart works. Open up again, and hit resume, and it resumes again, and everything is all good. So hopefully you enjoyed that simple tutorial.
I know this is good for the code, like fixing it this way. I'm a little frustrated because we're not moving forward at the same time. Like, I got my main scene, which is this, but I can no longer interact with it because it's broken. But like, if we go to like even like main menu here, like this, well, that breaks because it doesn't have anywhere what to do. What was I last poking at here? So like pause. God, it got hot in my office, like super, super hot. I'm not really sure where things need to be. So like he put this pause. Where did he put this? I don't want to play it. I just want to find it.
Tutorial is just a base project. Now, the first thing you want to do is you want to open your project, your main scene, and create a user interface. We'll name this pause menu. And after that, you can add a panel container, and then inside of that,
Yeah, he adds all this.
blur. And if it appears in front, we're gonna just shift that so it appears behind all of it.
Does he not link it?
A 0.3. So first,
How does he link
we are
the
going to
code?
create detail to be complete.
This is just the design bit.
Pause, and it's gonna easily like that. So I'm gonna create a function, and if also because you can manage all the animations and any extra logic quite easily in just this simple function. We're gonna go animation player dot play backwards.
Oh wait, so when he did this,
actually is covered in a project. Now, the first thing you want to do is you want to open your project, your main scene, and create a user interface. We'll name this pause.
Okay, so from the main scene, he's making a user interface. That's what he did. So from like this. So he would have done like this, a control. So if we come back here, like it doesn't add it in there. So that's what I'm confused about.
Menu. And after that, you can add a panel, and we'll go to process. This is use, and you can actually, but you will see it in the actions. Here, and we head over to input map. I've already added.
What I'm looking for is he hasn't
however you want
saved the
3D
script
scene.
here.
One thing
So
easily in just this dot one line is in the pretty obvious. On restart, we're gonna go get tree dot reload current scene. It's gonna restart the scene, and on quit press, we're gonna go get tree dot quit. In the resume and pause, the reason
so he doesn't
why I
show
put in
it.
functions,
I think what he does is just adds it as a global. I'm not sure how it's loaded. I'm feeling like shit. So like this. What did he add it as? He made it as, it looks like it's just a control. So I think that just makes, okay, I think that just makes a control when you do user interface is just control.
Hello everyone, in this tutorial, I'll be showing you how to make a pause menu in Godot 4. To get started, let's create a new scene. Click user interface. We can call this pause menu. Now, add in a margin container, add in a VBox container, and now let's go ahead and add in some buttons. For the first button, I'll make this
Wait.
add. Let's create a new scene. Click user interface, do a new pause input. Gone ahead and scale it up and positioned it into the middle. And now back in our script, we can go ahead and reference it. We'll also create a variable called pause. We'll set this to false for now. And now inside of our pause menu function, we'll check if pause. If it is pause, we need to unpause. So pause menu dot hide, and also engine dot timescale will get 1. Now else pause menu will be shown because we are pausing, and then engine dot timescale.
Let's see here. So like this. I don't have that added though, so we need. Let's add. Pause scene's active back here. So the pause scene is loaded, it's just not showing. It's not interacting. Okay, so on the pause scene, we need pause layer to be visible. Hey Trash, what's going on? I got an ad starting in 3 minutes. Okay, so I'm kind of feeling like shit tonight. I've taken a few naps. I gotten like 10.5 hours of sleep today. But like I'm just feeling super exhausted. Well, I guess we're not pulling main. Yeah, main doesn't have any of these. Working on a base, nice. I wonder if let's try this. So not main menu. I want to scene. So I was trying to add a button here earlier. So button. Shit, I forget where this went. Oh, because it's hiding in main. So I want to copy this. Because I have the pause menu, pause background, all this. These are just labels. So exit button. Underscore. So this. Mm-hmm. Process mode is always. So these. Those should be fine. Ads are starting in a moment. Yeah, so let's do. So scene manager. Well, I want to do. Yeah, this is just a node.
The main menu is the first thing that players see once they download your game. It's important to make a good first impression. In this tutorial, I'll guide you on how to create the best main menu for your Godot projects. Open your Godot project and create a new 2D scene called main menu. Add a control node as its child and rename it to button manager. Then add 3 button nodes under the button manager. For now, we'll use regular button nodes instead of texture button nodes to test the code before importing our art. Label each button according to its function, such as start, options, and quit. Resize and position them wherever you'd like for the final menu, and label each button in the inspector scene based on their function. Remember, the button text won't matter for our final product. We're just doing this to test if our code works properly. With the basic setup done, let's move on to our code. Create a main menu script and connect our buttons onto the script using.
Yeah, so this is what I started doing already. So main menu. What did they... Let's jump back a little bit. So control, main menu, control. Yeah, and I started adding buttons. So button start, duplicate, button end. And then not main menu is what we want, so that
As its child and rename it start, options, and quit.
Oh yeah, they did. So that, well, they have the control. Which really doesn't do anything here. Like that just shows that. So actually these could go in there, because what this does is just the label. I want this. Where is this? Start. End. Layout mode, position. Can't move the buttons. So center screen, yes. But I want like this to be somewhere else. Why can I not move this? Layout.
Resize and position them wherever you'd like with a final menu.
But I can't. What did I do? Why is it locked? So anchor presets, full rec. Nope. It's definitely not what I want. Custom. All right. So it's determined by the parent. I'm not sure what I did here. One of them, like, skeleton options. Let's just do. Let's add another control. I can move them now. So whatever I did in here locked it. So layout description. Like I gave it a size. Is it because I gave it a size? I don't know what I yeah, I don't know. Text behavior. Oh, not texture. Where is the theme overrides? Font sizes. No clue what just happened there. Why do they not align to it now? No, they're spawning more often now. I boosted the nails. They, like, you'll find them in the world, just, they're more rare, but the dogs are the most efficient way. Like, find an area that they spawn and kind of farm it, I guess. I don't know why this... Okay, let's watch this video again.
And label each button in the inspector.
Oh, they didn't do a box, even though it looks like they did.
Remember, the button text won't matter for our final product. We're just doing this to test if our code works properly. With the basic setup done, let's move on to our code. Create a main menu script and connect our button onto the script using the inspector scene. Changing between scenes.
Yeah, so... Pressed. So wait.
Is our button onto the script using the inspector scene.
Okay, so they just tied it to main menu, right? Yeah. so connect, button pressed. Okay. So if I hit F6, is it possible? Nope. Oh yeah. I need some main menu script. So visible. Let's see if that works. So no mouse. Mouse. All right. We got buttons that don't do anything. Okay. Okay, that works.
Changing between scenes is pretty simple. All you need to do is use this line called getTree.changeSceneToFile. Just type out this code and drag and drop our game scene onto the start button. Copy and paste it onto your option buttons and drag and drop your option scene. For the quit button to work correctly, we'll use this line,
getTree quit. So oh, getTree. Not quit.
Tree.quit. Now we just need to check.
Oh, excuse me. I'm a little burpy. Okay, so we have start, we have end, end works. Okay. So for start, we have, so get tree change scene to file. What did I say? Get tree. Change scene to file, and then I'm just gonna try pulling main here. And we'll see if this does anything. It's probably gonna just crash out. Hey, we got a working game again. Mouse is visible, but and no music, which is fine. We can debug that in a minute. No pause menu. Okay. So save that. Yeah, so it's not registering escape as a pause key anymore. I don't remember. I don't know where that was. Is it in here? So event paused. Pause menu. Okay. But do I still have a input key for pause? I do. We also have it for menu. Let's remove menu and see what that does. So still nothing. I don't know like why it's not pulling it. Because on main, I have the pause layer, so it pause menu. But like that should be still, sorry, that should be still working from here. I don't know why it's not. Still nothing from that. Let's see the remote here. So, like, it's pulling app, so... Okay, so this is possible. Oh. Because we got pause layer, but it doesn't initiate. It's a pause menu. The ammo is what's showing up there. That's what I'm seeing. Like, it's not pausing the game. So that... So pause menu, it should be toggling that. Oh, wait. Yeah, it should be toggling that on and off. That should be fine. Oh, pause layer. Well, we also have... I wonder if it's, Let's delete this for now. Delete that. I wonder if it's trying to do two things at once. So pause layer. It's not doing anything when I press the keys. Oh, shit. Pause does not exist. Did you mean... Okay. Okay. I got it. I got part of the issue here. So... Let's try this now. Does the camera follow us? It does. Oh! Identifier MIDI. Oh, wait. Why is it... These don't exist anymore. Well, that works. No fireballs. It doesn't look like any fireballs anyways. Well, that works. Escape key works there, but it's registering any key. Okay, so... that works. That we don't need app. Main menu. My legs are getting cold again. So the start loop. This isn't playing for some reason. Start castle loop. So start player. None of these have been changed. Like, this is just not loading the music. That's for the camera. Platform. I don't care about the platform right now. More camera, more platform. All of its camera and platform are the errors. I'm hungry. I don't know, like, I don't want to order anything, but I don't really have food in my house. 11:15. I got some pizza left, but I don't feel like pizza. Let me see what we can order. It's like I feel hungry, and I think that's why I just feel like shit. Okay, there is food available. What time is it? It says 11. This place is open till when? Midnight? Oh, they're open to 1. Okay. Let's see, what have I ordered from here? Apparently a hot pastrami is the last thing I've ordered from here. $21. Yeah, let's see what else we got. Like, a hot pastrami sounds good, but I also kind of need to save some money. I'm gonna hide my screen just so I don't accidentally dox myself. Like, this bar is pretty good. Maybe I'll get 2 chicken burgers. Yeah, I think I'll get 2 chicken burgers. They're pretty tasty. Does not come with cheese. What cheese can we add to this? Do I get pepper jack? Like, it's fried chicken, lettuce, pickle, garlic, aioli. I kind of feel like cheese, but... What? Oh, I love Grubhub sometimes. The options on this are no general mods, and under general mods is don't make. Like, what? What does that even mean? All right, I'm just gonna get it as is. It's $13 already. Cause I'm just like, I'm starving. Like, I'm not starving, but I'm just like, I don't feel good. Let me just check this for a second. So, like, I could get, like, their fries are pretty expensive. I do kind of feel like fries. We're gonna get some fries. Like, I'm just feeling like I'm hungry. It's over $20. 4 people on DinoShima right now. All right, minimize that for now. I did not want to order food, but like I'm in that like feeling that you like I just kind of want food, but I shouldn't. Show my screen again. Okay, so when I hit F5, so it pulls up the sound effects. I don't know why this is showing up here, the UI manager. That shouldn't be. I need to figure out how to make that the UI not visible until so actually let's do this. So hide. Wasn't there a hide script in here somewhere that I had like before? Maybe in one of these? No, because that's just deleting. That's not it. Death. No. Show? No. How do we hide menu? Okay. Get tree paused equals. So we start playing. Is the mouse visible on the main screen? Or not on the main screen, but... So it's visible here. Is it still visible here? It is still visible here, so... So in main... I don't know why that was hidden there. So like this is visible now, so start. Still visible. So we get SFX ready. I don't know what that's. So it loads this. Wait, what? No description, that's fine. So place start loop. Okay, so start loop. Oh no, it should already be in there. So what I just added, this shouldn't matter. So like it gets to here, but it never loads it. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on here. Because it's preloading everything else. So like start castle loop. Yeah, that's still correct. I don't get a main ready. So it's not progressing through this. I wonder if it's not progressing because the constants are missing. I don't know why the constants are missing though. Do I have 2 cameras set up? I don't think I do. There's an app. Because right now I have this. So if I do this... What? Like the camera seems to be okay, but... I'm a little frustrated. I don't know what I'm doing at all. Because I feel like a bunch of this should get moved into app. Because right now, app is basically doing nothing. It's just passing stuff. So if I just remove those from app, do we get any change? We died. Oh. Root main player. So this, yeah, so I don't think that's going to make a difference, but maybe it will. Like, it still follows, but it's not working. Oh, wait, the fireballs were working, right? Maybe I saw that platform up there and I thought it was a fireball, but it's not. Well, it loads it here also. It's not loading it into Scene Manager. Oh, excuse me. So, like, pause menu. The problem I got here is I don't understand my structure.
Correctly, we'll use this line, getTree.quit. Now, we just need to check if our buttons work properly. If they do, we can move on to the next step. Let's talk about the visuals. I prefer texture buttons over text-based buttons, but if you do want to use text-based buttons, a good website I recommend for finding fonts is googlefonts.com. If you also plan to draw your buttons, you're going to have to draw two button variations, one for when it is selected and one for when it is not. This will be useful for later. For now, import all the art assets into a separate folder for the menu. Once all the art is imported, change all of our button nodes into texture button nodes and import the art. With all the art imported, the game looks more complete. Now, as a final detail, let's add a fading animation whenever we change scenes. Create a new scene as a color rec and fill the screen with it.
Yeah,
then
I don't
set the color rec
care about
to
this
black
anymore.
and add an animation.
So my issue is structure. I don't know how I want to do structure.
Every game engine revolves around abstractions you use to build your applications. In Godot, a game is a tree of nodes that you group together into scenes. You can then wire these nodes so they can communicate using signals. In this video, you will get an overview of 4 essential concepts to get started with Godot: scenes, nodes, the scene tree, and signals. Learning these will give you a sense of how the engine works and how you will create games with it. You will get to use all of them in practice in upcoming videos. In Godot, you break down your game into reusable scenes. A scene is like a character, a weapon, a menu in the user interface, a single house, an entire level, or anything you can think of. Godot's scenes are flexible. They fill the role of both what's called prefabs and scenes in some other game engines. You can also nest scenes. For example, you can put your character in a level by dragging and dropping the character file into the level scene. You coded a weapon and you want to attach it to your character, you can drag and drop the weapon onto the character to add it as a child of it. That process of adding your character to the level is called instancing. Scenes are blueprints you can reproduce as many times as you want, be it in the editor or by writing code. A scene is composed of one or more nodes. Nodes are your game's smallest building block that you arrange into trees. Here's an example of a simple character's scene definition. It comprises 4 nodes: a kinematic body 2D node named character, a sprite, a camera 2D, and a collision shape 2D. Notice that the node names end with 2D. That is because this is a 2D scene. At this point, you might say, Nathan, you just told me that this thing you see in the editor was a scene, but now you're saying it's a node, and you would be right. Here, you are seeing the contents of the character scene. It is a blueprint we can use to make multiple characters in our game. When we use it, like when we create an instance of our character in the level, Godot presents it as if it was a node, hiding the scene hierarchy in its own. Notice that camera clap icon. This is what's telling us that we are dealing with a scene instance, not a node. The important part is that scenes are made of multiple nodes, and nodes are the smallest building blocks of your
A little
Godot
frustrated with
game.
the game right
library
now.
Of base node types you can combine and extend
I started
to build more
reworking
powerful
the
ones.
structure,
2D,
and the
3D,
tutorial I'm
user
following
interface
is
will do
not
most
complete.
things with these nodes.
So I
You
don't
have to worry
know
about how
exactly
you
where my
create
next
nodes
step
or scenes
is.
at this point. You will learn all that in upcoming videos. All your game's nodes
Also,
and
my
scene
legs are
instances come
freezing right
together
now.
in the scene tree, literally a tree of scene instances. We just saw that the content of the scene, like our character, was a bunch of nodes. As a result, your Godot games will be a big node tree. But it's easier to think of your project in terms of scenes, as nodes are really bite-sized components, while scenes represent more meaningful game entities like characters, weapons, a level, an inventory, and more.
I slept a bunch
We have
today, but
one
I'm
last
still
concept
super
to talk
tired.
about,
I just
signals.
ordered some
Nodes
food.
emit signals when some event occurs. This feature allows you to make nodes communicate without hard wiring them in code. Gives you a lot of flexibility in how you structure your scenes. Signals are Godot's version of the observer pattern, a technique commonly used in many programming languages and frameworks. For example, buttons emit a signal when you press them. You can connect to this signal to run code in reaction to a button press, like selecting an item in an inventory or making a choice in a dialogue system. Other built-in signals can tell you when two objects collided, when a character or monster entered a given area, and much more. You can also define new signals tailored to your game by writing code. And that's it for our quick look at 4 essential Godot concepts. When working with Godot,
Okay, that's not quite what I'm looking for, I don't think. Like, I watched this.
Godot is a very general purpose engine, which means it doesn't have the concept of things like levels or player controllers out of the box. You have to construct them yourself out of scenes. This can be pretty confusing when you first open the editor, so I'm going to show you how I personally construct my projects. First, open Godot and create a new project if you don't already have one. I create a main scene that contains everything I want to always be loaded. The base node doesn't really matter too much here. While you can switch entire scenes in Godot, there are usually things you always want to keep loaded, like HUD, menus, and maybe transition effects. I'm just gonna slap some stuff on here for demonstration purposes, like some buttons so we can load levels. We'll just save this as main scene.
Was that part of this video?
Menus and maybe transition effects. I'm just gonna slap some stuff on here for
Yeah.
demonstration purposes,
The
like
fuck?
some buttons so we can load levels. We'll just save this as main scene. Now throw a script on there and we'll connect the button signals. We need a couple levels to load, so I'm going to create a scene that has just a box on it with a red material, and then we'll save that in the levels directory, and then we'll create another scene with a blue box, and save that in the levels directory as well. We'll need a camera, so I'm just going to throw one on the main scene, as that's what I've done in past projects, though depending on your game, it may make more sense to have cameras elsewhere. In the main scene script, I add some variables to quickly reference things like the HUD and menu and whatnot. Specifying onReady before declaring a variable will assign the value to the variable when the scene has fully loaded. Specifying variable types is optional, and it works better if you type them correctly. Now I'll add a variable to point to the loaded level instance. For convenience, I'll add a function to unload a level, which will check if we have a valid instance of a level and free it. Also, I like to be able to load levels by a simple string name and have a function that will automatically combine the resource directory, level name, and extension together, load the level, and create an instance of it, which we will add to the main scene. Now our button presses can just call load level with the appropriate level name. Make sure the main scene is selected when you first run the project, and you can simply click Select Current to make your main scene the main scene. Look at that! We can load different levels by clicking on the buttons. If you happen to set the wrong scene as your main scene, you can go into the project settings, application, run, and then set the main scene there. Another helpful thing you can do is create a global script that's always loaded. We'll just call this global.gd. Here we can throw in variables for things that we want to easily be accessible from anywhere, like our main scene or maybe our player. To enable it, go to Project Settings, click the Autoload tab, then the folder icon to load your script, and finally the Add button. Now, for our main scene's ready function, we can set the main scene variable on the global script to ourself.
I've been
If we have some
super
scripts somewhere
tired
else, we can
lately.
easily execute things like global.mainScene.
The meds I'm
or
on
global.player.do
supposedly
something.
also
These are
make
just
you
some
tired.
examples of how I set up my projects. This isn't meant to be a specific tutorial, but just give you a
Blah blah blah. Like I don't know. I like the tutorial I was following, but it didn't really, like, it's not complete. It ended already.
Here's a quick demo I made. We have a player whose only means of interacting with the world is pushing and slamming into things. The switch can be switched, and the script can be broken. How would you make something similar while keeping it extensible? Okay, well, since everything is snapped to the grid, let's have them inherit grid object. Rocks and crates can be pushed around, so inherit pushable grid object. The player is obviously its own thing. Switches can be interacted with, so inherit interactable grid object. Yeah. Oh, but the crate is also technically interactable, so inherit pushable interactable grid object? No. How about making all grid objects pushable and enabling it only for those we need? But then these guys have a bunch of code they're not even using at all, and if we did this for every misalignment like this, we'd end up with a lot of objects with a lot of useless parameters and methods. What to do? Of course, this is a small and simple example, but this sort of problem often pops up with object-oriented programming. Oftentimes, your code's functionality doesn't neatly organize itself into a tree-like structure. You're gonna have exceptions. The more you try to organize your classes like this, the more you'll end up having to introduce vague and obscure parent classes that don't really contribute anything to your app. Imagine you're in a first-person shooter game, and you got this cool new gun that shoots piercing bullets. Now, what if you wanted it to shoot piercing fire bullets instead? Object-oriented programming will tell you that's not possible because it's not part of this other family of guns that specifically shoot fire bullets. And as a dev, this kinda sucks. One popular solution to this is entity component systems. With ECSs,
Like, we're learning
functionality
something,
is
but this isn't
extended,
what I'm
not
needing to
inherited.
learn.
In our FPS analogy, components are like mods you attach to upgrade your gun. Add the fire bullets mod to your piercing gun and bim bam boom, piercing fire bullets. Want your gun to steal enemies' health? Just add the leech mod. Maybe there could be a synergy there where your enemies burn and you slowly absorb their health. You get my point. It's super flexible. And what do you know? The second most popular game engine on GitHub uses entity component systems. One downside though is that it can be repetitive and tedious sometimes. Ideally, we want a mixture of both. You know what is? Godot. Godot, whatever. But Kenta, how is Godot an ECS? It's clearly object-oriented. Well, in Godot, we have nodes. Nodes can have parent-child relationships. And nodes can represent anything, even functionality. So how about we make a script that makes its parent pushable and slap that as a child of anything we want to be pushable. In short, that's how I made that demo. I have a pushable component I can add as a child to any grid object node, and it's gonna handle all the pushing logic. Same thing for the interactable component. Now, if you want crates to be both pushable and interactable, we just add both. And the neat thing about using nodes as components is you can dynamically add or remove functionality. For example, we could dynamically enable or disable the interactable component on that enemy in full Baba is you style. Again, game dev is a balancing act. You don't want to go too far with this. For example, we wouldn't make a grid component since all objects will need it, and it's just going to make it redundant and tedious for ourselves. Inheritance is better suited in this case. Now, you may be asking, okay, so nodes can have components which are nodes in and of themselves. So how do you make references to those components? How do you even detect if a node has a certain component? Well, there's a few ways to do this. First is to use export variables for in-editor node references. It's easy to implement, and it's clear what the dependencies are. Second is to use getNode or getNode or node. But it does mean you can't really have components that aren't direct children. At least not without looping. And third, using metadata, which is what I did. When a component enters a tree, it registers itself in its owner's metadata. Next, if you want to get that component, we can just call getMeta or hasMeta to check if it exists. So yeah, inheritance can often be limiting. Try using components. They simplify things, keep everything flexible, and they're pretty intuitive as well. I hope you learned something. See you next time.
Yeah, that good, but also didn't really tell me what I'm I don't know what I'm stuck on right now. Like, this is kind of what we were doing. This is a 17-minute long
You started
video,
game
though.
development, and you want to make your dream game. Everyone on YouTube tells you to build small games first, but you started game development to make your dream game, not a bunch of random small games. I started this hobby about 8 years ago, and I learned how to approach building a dream game without the risk of failure by making systems instead of games. A system is any single self-contained game mechanic, like an inventory, AI, or combat. This approach lets you work on your dream game by creating reusable, polished systems that you can later combine into a full game, lowering the risk of quitting or failing because you're building individual components instead of one large project. Even if you change game ideas, most of your progress carries over from game to game, so your time isn't wasted. Now, I'll explain in more detail how this approach works and how it helped me avoid wasted time, failed projects, and having nothing but half-baked games to show. The first issue we want to fix with making dream games is that you have a high risk of quitting. Dream games take an extremely long time to make. They're also really challenging and require lots of mental effort. Maintaining motivation is very important to finish a project. The thing is, you won't quit when you're having fun, like when you just made a cool new vehicle or accomplished some other feature. You will quit when you realize, for example, that your items should be structured differently, and you need to go through every part of your game where items are used and change that code. Such changes will likely break your game and give errors until you're done refactoring. At this point, if your interest levels are decreasing, you will likely just quit. You might think it's a great decision in the moment because you got a new fancy game idea, but later you realize you spent all this time and have literally nothing to show. You can't take parts of this game out to use in other games, or they have to be reworked a lot to be usable, and at this point it is easier to start over. You also can't show anyone your game because you haven't fixed all the errors and it doesn't run anymore. This is why I haven't made any complete large games. When I started off, I tried to make a space game with procedural terrain, a sci-fi shooter game, a top-down arcade shooter game, a team checkpoint shooter game. I didn't finish any of these games. I have nothing to show for them because I didn't record videos or take screenshots while they were working. Many of these games aren't working now because I started refactoring but didn't finish, or they're half-baked because I started doing something else. I noticed this when I took computer science in university. when I met someone new and tried to get to know them, I asked questions like, what projects have you done? And they said, I did this project, but it's only half finished because I stopped partway through. And when people ask me the same thing, I was like, oh, I have some projects, but this one doesn't compile, this one is half-baked, this one is not worth the effort to polish, but I promise it was working before. This is the problem with unfinished projects that you only realize later on. You spend all this time, but you have nothing to show. Now, I did gain skills from these projects, learn new things, and had fun. But in the end, it still feels like I wasted time because building systems instead of games would have given me something cool to show and put on my portfolio. A failed game is an unfinished mess, which isn't impressive and doesn't show your skill unlike polished systems. Now, I'll show you how the issues that come from building a large game can be solved through building systems in separate projects. First of all, systems will help you finish projects because they focus on polishing one mechanic, like a first-person character controller or an inventory. This is far easier than completing an entire game because you're ignoring unrelated parts. For a character controller, you don't care about UI, levels, or
Is this just
trying
lecturing?
to glue the character controller to other things like entering and
cursor?
exiting vehicles. You're
I don't know
only
what these
focusing
chapters
on
are.
the movement. Same for the inventory. You don't care about balancing items or item icons. You're just focusing on the inventory, and you can easily add some random items just for testing.
This
Next,
is just lecturing.
systems are modular and reusable. Making a dream game will let
Alright. That guy's just lecturing. It's not really helping what I'm looking for. Simplify your code. File structure?
We often want to know the best way to do things, like the best way to organize our game files. Well, there's no silver bullet in this regard. I'm going to give you some guidelines and some examples in this video, but please note that it's highly contextual, like lots of things in code. So what I recommend in general is to try to have folders that give information about the code structure of your game. If you look at this game where we can go through dungeons, it's a roguelite, and we have all
This
kinds
isn't
of
gonna.
weapons
I
and
don't think this
enemies
is
and,
what I need.
quite different from the
Because he's talking
enemies,
about file
which,
structure. I don't care about the file structure.
a chest that you can
Like, that kind of makes sense, but. Like, maybe the state machine.
I
how long
honestly
is-
believe that this is one of the first things others would break. You are checking multiple states just to add another if statement inside, then something's wrong. And some would say that if it works, it doesn't matter, but yeah, that people would. You could manage all of this with a bunch of if statements, checking what state the character is in or is not in, and then run the specific code.
Yeah, so like this is mostly the state machine is for the character. Let me just drink some more water. My food is still like 8 minutes out at least. Yeah, so this, like a lot of this is under the main menu because the main menu, or not the main menu, the main scene here, which is where I made a lot of things at first. So like player. So if I cut that and move it here, I don't know. This isn't a node. So what we need to do. So player node. Remove that. Wait, how do I this? So we add that. That just adds the scene. That doesn't add the node. Wait. What the fuck just happened here? We loaded in the player too early. What is it trying to save scene as? Oh, wait, what is this Oh, this is that player scene. Close that. Don't care. So we come back to this. Why do we still have player falling off the screen? Because I added a player node. Oh, fuck. I don't know what to do here at all, and my brain is hurting. Like, we got major issues, and we're not getting back to... Like, we got a loading screen here. The UI is loaded for some reason. We can get into the game, and this works. The music doesn't work. Like, my pause menu doesn't work. Like, it's a mixture of code issues and the hierarchy on it. So, like this. So, it's not pause. Main menu doesn't have anything. We can close that. Main, I don't worry about main right now. Let's see. I don't know if that's the delivery. No, it's just a sound. It's windy outside. 26 minutes, control node masterclass.
So you find control nodes really confusing to get into, and no matter what you do, it feels
Orders
like
on the
you just
way,
can't
good.
get them. Well, I'm here to change that.
Alright, I'm gonna be back in a minute. I gotta change up my pants or something. My legs are cold.
Before we start, this video is not a full list of all the control nodes available or about all their properties. That's not practical. This video will go into explaining all the tools and concepts involved in making user interfaces in Godot. We'll start by looking at the concepts, while also discussing common pitfalls and the thought process.
This doesn't look like it's gonna help me either.
Complex layouts and actually contextualizing them into those basic concepts. At the end, we'll be looking at a live example where I walk you through the process of designing a simple but elegant layout while sprinkling in some super spicy tips that'll make your life a lot easier. Stick around for that. Let's get started. Every control node has some basic transform properties such as position, rotation, size, and scale. The position is always visually the top left corner of the node. This blue box here is the game window's resolution. This can be changed in the project settings. So if I were to set the position of my panel to half my project's resolution, the top left corner of the square would be exactly at the center of the game screen. The size property, not to be confused with scale, defines how far the bottom right corner is in pixels, relative to the top left corner. This means that increasing the size of the node will only ever make a control grow towards the right or down. The scale can be thought of as a multiplier for the size property. The final size of the node will be the size multiplied with the scale of the node. For example, if the size of the node was 100 pixels on the x and the scale was 2 on the x, the resultant size would be 200 pixels. One important thing to note here is that the scale is dependent on the pivot offset property, which is the offset of the pivot point from the top left corner. This little plus icon shows where the pivot point of the selected node is. By default, since the pivot point is at the position of the node, increasing the scale will make the node grow similar to how increasing the size would. However, if I was to set the pivot offsets x to half the size as x, you'll see that increasing the x scale makes the panel grow in both directions. If I set it to half the size on both axes, it grows outwards from the center. Do note that the pivot offset does not affect the size property in any way. The rotation property is fairly straightforward. Only thing to pay attention to is the fact that it also respects the pivot offset just like scale. The order of nodes in the tree is important. Nodes that are lower in the tree are stacked on top.
My food's here. Be there about in a second. Hey Google, lock the front door. Yeah, fuck. Oh, so it doesn't tell me it's locked anymore. That's cool. Alright, I'm hungry. Eat some food. Some chicken. Wait, didn't I get fries also? Maybe those are fries. These are chicken. They just like gave me a paper brown bag of fries, it looks like. I'll eat the fries first. Cause I'm starving here. I'm not starving, but it was like I feel kind of out of it
visually. So when I move this panel below the label, the panel renders on top of the label. Anchors are used to design layouts that work properly with any aspect ratio. These green pegs here are the anchors of a control. The anchors are the sides of the rectangle that these pegs would make: left, right, top, and bottom. You can see these in the inspector if you set the layout mode to anchors and the anchor preset to custom. Each anchor is a float within the range of 0 to 1. You can think of it as a percentage. A value of 0 would be 0%, 0.5 would be 50%, and 1 would be 100%. If you also think of your window's resolution in the scale of 0 to 1, starting from the top left corner, understanding anchors is fairly simple. Let's draw a line right at the center of the window on the x-axis. This would be at 50% of the whole range, or 0.5. Now if I set my right anchor to a value of 0.5, you'll notice that the green pegs on the right show up at the center right where I drew that line. Now if I change the target resolution in the project settings and reload my project, you'll see that the same value of 0.5 for the right anchor has shifted to the halfway point of the new resolution. So essentially, the number of pixels in our window resolution no longer matters. We simply start to think in terms of the percentage of screen space away from the edge of the window. All this theory is cool and all, but who asked? You did. Imagine a situation where you wanted to place this health bar right at the middle of the screen. You send the game off to a friend and it looks fine on their end. Nice. But then you send it to another friend that plays at a slightly longer resolution and yeah, that's no longer centered. Another example, you have some neat UI showing the player some really important information about your game. The solution to both of these situations? Anchors. Here, if we set our anchor to be at the horizontal center, our health bar is positioned at the center of the screen no matter how wide the resolution is. However, this still breaks if the vertical resolution of our game has changed. To fix this, we'd have to set the anchor to be at the bottom middle of our screen. This will make sure that the element is anchored to the bottom vertically and the center horizontally. And here, we can anchor it to the right center of our screen. When you're using anchors, if you have the preset set to custom, you'll see a section called anchor offsets. These are pixel offsets relative to the respective anchor. I have a panel here. Let me reset its size and position and set its anchors to something like this. Now you'll notice that the anchor offsets already have some values. If I reset each of them, you'll see that the panel takes up the entire space within the anchors. To demonstrate this further, I'm going to set the anchors to take up the entire screen and also reset the offsets.
Hey, East Coast.
Alternatively, I could also use the full rect anchor preset.
I'm trying to find a tutorial that's got some information on what I'm doing.
If I were to switch the preset back to
my stuff's
custom
broken
and set the left offset to 100 pixels, the panel shrinks and is now at a distance of 100 pixels away from the left anchor. In this case, since the anchors are set to the whole window resolution, the panel appropriately responds to the fixed offset of 100 pixels from the left edge of the window, no matter the size of the window. To see this on all sides, I'll set the right offset to -100. This value has to be
got a bunch of food
because we want the offset towards the left of the right anchor. If I were to set it to +100, it would be 100 pixels to the right of the anchor. Same goes with the top and bottom offsets. Now, no matter how the window is resized, the panel's size property is automatically adjusted to work with the offsets that we set. Why is this relevant? Let's go back to that health bar example. We saw earlier that the size of the health bar is unchanged when the window size changes. But let's say you wanted it to stretch based on the window's resolution. For that, we would need to set the anchors to span the entire length of the window horizontally, and then set our offsets appropriately. And there we go. The bar stretches when the window gets wider. One thing to pay attention to is the fact that resizing a control node automatically sets the offsets appropriately. If you're using the custom preset, that is. Toggling this white anchor button makes the resize action also move the anchors proportionally, which means that the anchor offsets remain constant. And finally, to wrap up anchors, we can now talk about anchor presets. You'll find a few really useful presets under this Super Smash Bros. Looking button. Each of these buttons does two things when clicked. First, the anchors are set based on what preset you select, and the second, all the offsets are set to 0. There's a little asterisk on that point, I'll get to that in a second. To see this in action, if I set my panel's anchor preset to top left, you'll see that it gets anchored to the top left corner. You can no longer see the panel anymore, and that's because of the fact that the anchor offsets are set to 0, which in turn affects the size. Since our anchors are just focused at that single point, and we have 0 offset from that point, we end up with a panel with a size of 0. When I change the panel size, you'll see that the offsets react. And when I change the offsets, you'll see that the size
All my
reacts.
food is cold.
Though sometimes it seems that the offsets are not
I guess
set to
it's
zero,
sat for
and
like
I
a
couldn't
half
figure
hour
out
there.
what causes this inconsistency. If someone knows, please let me know. But anyways, if you fundamentally understand how the anchors and offsets work, this is merely a slight inconvenience. You'll immediately know what to do to get the result you want. One really important thing to know is that the presets are not relative to the window resolution. They're relative to the parent node's rect. If I create a control node as a child of this panel and play around with the presets, you'll clearly see that behavior. The anchors are placed relative to the panel. Only exception to this is the root node, which is relative to the window resolution because it doesn't have a parent. If you're still confused about anchors even after watching me ramble on about them for this whole time, don't worry, that's expected. You would have noticed already that this is not a step-by-step tutorial. My aim is to introduce the relevant concepts and provide you with practical
Did I get more
examples on
water?
why they're
No, I
relevant.
didn't.
And hopefully I've done at least a semi-decent job at that so far. Play around with them yourself once you finish watching this video. When you do enough of that, it should all start to make intuitive sense. Custom minimum size. This property, in my opinion, is the most important property to get a good grip of when understanding how to make UI in Godot. It's actually extremely straightforward to understand. All it does is restrict the control size property from going lower than itself. That's it. Returning to that same example again, if we made our window too narrow, the health bar just shrinks into itself. We can limit this by giving it a custom minimum size, so that its size cannot go any lower than this. This property has some unconventional use cases, but it's difficult to talk about those in isolation, so I'll try my best to bring them up if they come up. Oh, and this property becomes really important when using containers, so let's discuss those now. A container is a node that arranges its children automatically, as well as set its own size based on the number and size of the child nodes. What this means is that a direct child of a container cannot be transformed freely. These properties are managed by the parent container, based on what type of container it is. This might sound really restricting, which it kind of is, honestly. But learning how to navigate around this restriction will help you see the real power of containers. But before we learn how to do that, let's quickly take a look at a couple of important containers.
This is not what I thought
The
this
hedgebox
tutorial was going to be
container
about.
stacks all its children horizontally. The order of its children in the tree is the same order that the elements are stacked in. The VBox container is exactly the same, but vertically. The margin container lets you provide some space between the edges of its own bounding box and its content. And finally, the panel container encapsulates its children and draws a panel within its bounding box. 90% of your UI is just going to involve using these 4 containers. Building UI just involves nesting these containers in a logical manner. It's important that you understand what each container does and how they interact with each other. A common pitfall
Like,
is
it's a
to
good
use something
tutorial,
like a
but
panel
it's not at all what
container
I'm
and wonder
looking
why you
for.
can't arrange its children easily. That's because container children cannot be transformed, and all the panel container does is effectively restrict its children within its bounds. If you want to arrange the children vertically, you'd need to use a VBox container as a child of the panel container, and child those nodes to the VBox container. If you want to add some space around the content, that's the job of the margin container. You'd have to add it between the panel and the VBox containers. Why does it have to go exactly over there? That's because the VBox adjusts its own size based on its children, and we want the margin container to add margins around that resultant space. And the panel container adjusts itself to the resultant size of the margin container. It's all about nesting these containers in a logical manner, most commonly VBox and hedgebox containers. You can break down almost any layout by thinking of all the horizontal and vertical sections in terms of these containers. This layout just uses a hedgebox container to split it into 2 main sections. The left section is simply a VBox container for each item, and the content of each item in the list is just another hedgebox. The right section is again a VBox, and these sections are hedgeboxes. Throw some margins and panels in there, and there you go. It's really that simple. Moving on. Container children cannot have anchors, so you won't be able to set them manually or use the presets we used before. However, when you select a child of a container, you should see this new button show up on top. This button contains container sizing options that dictate how the child should be laid out within the parent container. Using these buttons would be the same as setting the container sizing options in the inspector. Let's say I had a panel container with a child panel. When I play around with the horizontal alignment of the child panel, you'll see that it reacts accordingly. The same happens with the vertical alignment. The options on the left side are all shrink options. They shrink the child to its minimum size and align it to the respective side, and since the container children cannot have their size property manually set, they just shrink to 0 by default. the options on the right are fill options. They make the child take up the entire available space in the respective axis. But what if I wanted my panel to be a section on the left side and have it actually be visible? We use the custom minimum size property. I can set the custom minimum of my panel to say something like 100 pixels on both axes and set the horizontal alignment to shrink begin, and then I can set its vertical alignment to be on top, middle or center, or just have it fill vertically so that it always stretches to cover the entire vertical size of the parent. Note that these alignment options are only relevant when the node is a child of a container. For example, if I look at the root node here, it seems to have the alignment options available, but when I set them, it doesn't change anything. This only takes effect if the scene is instantiated into another as a child of a container node. Something a lot of people have trouble with is positioning and sizing texture rects inside of containers. If you've had trouble with this before, this will hopefully start to make more sense now. I have a panel container here. I'll child a texture rect to it. We see that the alignment options work as expected, but there doesn't seem to be an obvious way to resize it. The trick here is to set the expand mode to ignore size, which will make our image shrink into itself if we were using any of the shrink options. And then what do? You guessed it, we give it a custom minimum. And now we can align it the way we want. You can also mess with the stretch mode property to dictate how the texture behaves within the bounds of the texture rect. Moving on, a common mistake is to try to set the vertical alignment of a VBox child or the horizontal alignment of a Hedgebox child. This doesn't seem to work as how you might expect. If we take the example of the Hedgebox container, you cannot set its child's horizontal alignment because that's already controlled by the Hedgebox container. But you can set its vertical alignment. This confusion happens a lot, especially when someone wants to use the fill setting. Why aren't you filling to the full size of the container? Because for that, there's another option called expand. Only specific containers allow their children to have specific axes to set the expand flag on. Setting the expand flag on the container child makes the child take up the rest of the container's available space. I'll demonstrate this with using two panels within a VBox container. Note that these panels have a custom minimum size set on their y-axis. Without it, they'd just shrink into themselves completely. So we have these two container children taking up a certain amount of space due to their minimum size. But the remaining space in the container isn't being occupied by any node. If I want the white panel to take up that remaining space, I'd have to set it to expand.
Oh, this has still got it's got over 10 minutes left. I'm gonna let you guys watch this. I'm gonna go grab water and we're gonna find something different.
Expand instead. This will push away the white panel until all the empty space in the container is fully occupied. Here I can adjust the size of the white panel using its custom minimum size, and the rest of the space is automatically occupied by the orange panel. If I set both of the panels to expand, you'll see that they fight for an equal amount of the remaining space. I can use the stretch ratio property here to dictate which panel takes up more space. At the moment, it's set to 1 on both panels, but if I set the ratio to 2 on the white panel, it takes up twice the amount of space than the orange panel. You can add more nodes to this container and all of what I just described still works the same. Note that the stretch ratio does absolutely nothing if the expand flag is checked. A really common confusion, toggling this option here is not the same as toggling expand. Just pressing this toggle does nothing. Toggling it on and then selecting one of the alignments sets that alignment along with its expand flag. You can just use custom minimum or combo it with expand to have elements of different sizes inside of a VBox or Hedgebox container. A theme in Godot is a resource that contains information about how each control node type should look. Each customizable node type contains its own set of theme properties. You can set values for these properties for specific node types in a theme.
Inheritance and composition are two tactics used in programming to reuse your code as much as possible. Inheritance is very widespread, but I think there's a lot of times where composition would fit a little bit better. Options from before, but using composition as a base. First off, component. You may notice a warning about the shape, just the actual scene. And while that
that's not what Alright, let's just stab at this for a bit longer. But I think the issue is coming down to a bit of code. So we have app, which has our UI. Where is, so Bill's, like, let's see what he has. How many videos? So we watched global scene mechanic management, which is maybe that's what I should look for.
So today I want to talk about something really important that not a lot of people know about, and that is constructor methods for scenes. So if you don't know what a constructor method, it's essentially just a function that you have on a class, so that whenever you make a new copy of that class, you can pass in initial values to kind of set it up. So for this example, I have an enemy, which basically has a health, an attack, and a display name. And we want to make a system so that whenever we set up or instantiate a new enemy, we can assign these values directly in the most efficient way possible. Now, if you've been using Godot for any amount of time, you know that we would first load in the scene file, make a new instance, and then assign any properties that we want, or we can do this in reverse order. So we assign the properties and then add it as a child.
When I first started learning game development, all the code I was actually writing for the first time. And because of that, there was a lot of learning and mistakes and growth. But over the last 4.5 years, I've realized there's a bunch of scripts out there that I kind of use in every one of my games. And as someone who has dyslexia, I understand that the learning process is different for everybody. For me, it was spelling and reading were always something that was very challenging for me, but for you, it could be programming. So I wanted to share with you today about a handful of these scripts I use in almost all of my games, and I'm hoping by explaining their use case for you and kind of walking through why I use them and how I use them, I might unlock some of the ways that you might want to do game development. Because at the end of the day, how you learn game development is entirely up to you, and what you do in your games, there's no best way of doing it, but it's going to be what works best for your brain. And by figuring that out, you'll unlock this capability to jump into that flow state. And I guarantee, given enough time, enough dedication, enough mistakes, you too will have a game that's published over on Steam or whatever platform you want to do it on. So let's dive right into the very first script. And that is my global script. So this global script is something I can access from anywhere in my game. And to understand all of these scripts moving forward, you're gonna have to know that you can go and you can actually have scripts that are globally accessible. So you click on project settings, go over to the global tab here, and then you can click in here and grab a script or a scene that you want to load across your project. These will be loaded when the game launches, and then to access them, you can go and type in the name. So in this case, I would do global, and then the variable or the method I wanted to call from that from any script inside of my game, which is super powerful. And then the only thing I would note is that the order of operation here is important. This will be the order they load in. So if you have a script which is relying on another global script, you just need to make sure that it's higher up in that category than the other. So you can click and drag them around, or you can move them around with these arrows like so. The global script, from a basic standpoint, my use case is it is my high level area where I put various singletons that I want to access across the board. So in this case, I have a card manager class, which handles loading in the data for my various cards in my game Hexagod into the project. And that is going to be accessible from the global script. And it's something that just loads once at the beginning of the game. And then I have that information ready to go. So I'm not reloading all of this data and reparsing this data. There's going to be one moment when this all starts up that reloads that all into memory. Another really good use case would be having my RNG class up here, which is the random number generator, because I want to have one instance of my RNG so that if I ever do want to have a specific seed setting, I could have the player put in seed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then that seed would be useful across all of my games. So whenever I ever do any sort of randomness, I always do global.rng and then call one of the RNG methods from the random number generator class. Another cheeky thing I'll do is, because I usually only have single scene class, this is my main scene here, is what I name all my main scenes, I will also have a global reference in my global class to main, and on ready in main, I will simply then call global.main equals self, which is set on ready here, global.main equals self, and then anywhere in my project I can access the root node, whether I'm adding children to it or accessing one of my many on ready variables, which is going to be used for housing various things that are part of my game. So it's a little cheeky. It might run into some problems, but so far it's actually been pretty nice for me to do that. So that is the global class. That is something I use in every game. And the next class I want to talk about is going to be my signal bus class. That is, again, this is another auto load class, and the main thing this does is it gives me globally available signals. Signals are great. You can connect to them, and when a signal is emitted, you can run some logic. So a really good example here is going to be my spawning state. So whenever my spawning state changed, I emit a signal passing out some data, and then I have things like this node here, which will grab and say signal bus.spawning state change, the name of the signal .connect, and then I say the method I want to connect it to, and then there's some logic based off the data I'm passing in, which I've defined as this small little data wrapper. You can pass that data in, and then this connected signal, this connected method here, will run and do some specific logic based off that signal. Two quick warnings about the signal bus. Not everything has to be done in this signal bus. So if you have things that it's like a child and a parent connecting your custom signal together, it doesn't need to necessarily be housed here, because this is going to be like global things where many different areas might be emitting the signal or many different things might be consuming the signal. This can be your kind of one-stop shop for defining some of those signals. The other warning about signals in general is Godot does not guarantee the order of execution. So if you need something that has a specific order, like A has to happen before B has to happen before C, you're going to want to have a more like a global method that says, hey, you do this, then you do this, then you do this, instead of saying emit a signal and have those things happen. Signals are great if you don't care about the order and you just want stuff to update accordingly, but if you need that tight coupled order, signals might not be the right choice for you. But signal buses are great. I highly recommend you check them out. They might be very useful for your projects. If you want to support my work any further, I do not take sponsorships, but instead you can go check out Hexagod. You can play the demo right now and give me feedback and help me make this game as good as possible. If you want to do financial support as well, Chess Survivors is a super fun game. It's currently on sale because it's part of the Raid Survivor Festival for about $2.50. I appreciate all the support you've given me. The channel's growing. It's super cool. Let's get back into it. The next script I use in almost all of my projects is a utility auto load script. I call it util because it's just a bit easier to and quicker to write since I'm calling it all over my project. And the main thing I do with this is I house all of my enums because they're that freaking good. Enums are the bones of my project. They are the things that keep my data consistent across the board. So for example, if I have a resource type and it's food, and I want the food to be used in a bunch of different places like UI, or heck, in managing a resource about how much food do I have, how much food does a villager eat, I can make sure because I have an enum defined, I'm talking about the same food, I'm using the same color, the same texture across the board. And that is super, super useful. So because of that, today I'm announcing I'm starting the cult of the enum. If you'd like to join it, you can join the Discord or the mailing list. I'm just kidding. We're not actually starting an enum cult, and we're not, Godot in general is not a cult. We're not a cult, okay? You know, we're not a cult. It's fine. Anyways, the utility script, yeah, enums, this guy has a bunch of constants or methods that I'll be using across the board. You could also reasonably throw these into that previously defined global or game script, but in my head, it just is nice to separate them out to say global is going to be more like functional stuff, and this is going to be a little bit less functional, a little bit more like static stuff that I want to be able to call from and really access those enums from all over my project. To go along with the utility script, I have now recently started using a reference scene, which has a script attached to it with a bunch of export variables so I can set things and not make them be magic strings. So I used to have a utility script full of a bunch of colors with hexadecimal values, but my brain doesn't think in hexadecimal. So having these exports, I can see the colors and the actual values I want, and I could use this thing to fine tweak the HSV and kind of move things around accordingly, and then access this from a global value from anywhere because it is that auto load script. And something really nice about those.
All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT how to redo this. We're gonna grab screenshots. Ignore that. Oh, excuse me. Let's see if this is working today. I forgot that this takes forever to do things. So I think I have a paid subscription to this for another like 3 weeks. And then we'll switch over to something else like Claude, I guess. This is gonna take a minute. I don't know how much longer we're gonna be on. I'm like just feeling it like kind of like shit in general. Like my legs hurt. Like I thought it was just because they were cold. I threw on some jogging pants, like some Adidas, whatever. But like overall, I just feel chilly and cold and hurt. Like I don't feel sick. My house isn't very, like it's not insulated very well at all. But so like there's a breeze under my desk. Oh. There's 3 people on Bitterroot. 4 people on DinoShima. That's pretty cool. I wasn't like DinoShima has been pretty solid for the last couple days. Yay. Okay, exit, reload, because that should load what it's not doing, or not load. That's great. Oh, there we go. All right, hold on. All right, so it gave us a whole ton of things. Under app changes, code finds some stuff. So main, new. Wait, what? Right now. Oh, right. Because what I had was, so in game, so UI, okay. I didn't give it the info for scene manager. I don't know, like this. Did I give it? I don't think I gave it the main scene code, did I? No, I didn't. So it took a guess at what I probably had, which is pretty close. So the top of main. So they're ready. Okay, that's there. Oh, we forgot to tell that changed. So this is for, which one was this for? Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum.
What's up, everybody? Bill's here, and today we start.
So it has scene root UI audio. So scene root UI audio. That's what I got. So that's. So I'm gonna ignore ChatGPT here. I don't know where it got logo splash from. Oh, it's already in my code. That's why. I don't think I gave it the game one, did I? Oh, this is what I gave it. I gave it game. I don't know why. I don't know why it wants to make a handler. Like, this looks like what I already got. That's this bit right here. Oh, wait, is it not supposed to have pass at the end? Is this why it's not working? Nope, that didn't help that. That didn't help that. Let me hit save and try it again. It might not have been loaded. So I can't load it now. The sound effects play death, yeah. don't want to send it yet because it's gonna get stuck. Okay, so at the ready for main. So void. So we'll add that in. Place start loop. Okay, based on older setup, replace exports, groups, anything referencing root. I don't think I have anything referencing root at all. I will send it this, see what it gets. That's gonna take it a few minutes, so
So, ever wondered how to go between your Godot scenes? Maybe with a nice fade to black effect or a loading screen? Cause yeah, any real video game will have more than one scene, and probably a main menu, so you'll want to have some way to switch to your actual game levels from there. But good news, that's actually quite easy to do. The core logic, the actual scene switch, can be implemented with just a single line of code. By using the getTree.changeScene to file or getTree.changeScene to packed build scenes, you'll tell Godot to replace the current scene with a new one that you reference either by its relative path in your project file tree or directly as the preloaded .tscn file. So that's it for the scene switch in itself. But of course, That's a bit crude, and players will probably find it really weird, especially now that our modern games do way more advanced stuff for scene transitions. So if you want to go one step further, a nice and quick to implement trick can be to do your transition with a fade to black effect. To do that, you can use a Godot autoload. So first, create a new scene in your project with a control node as the root that spans to the full size of the screen. Create a color rect node as a child with a black color that also covers the whole screen. And by the way, you can of course change the color of this color rect depending on the color that you want for your fade during your scene transition. Then with all that, you can save the scene as a new file in your project, and then open your project settings panel, go to the Globals tab, and register this new scene as a new autoload for your Godot project. Though if you want to be absolutely sure that this scene transition will show on top of everything else in your game, then you may want to change the root node from a control type to a canvas layer type with the highest possible layer index to force it to always be in front. Finally, select your root node and give it a script like this one. In here, we have a function that abstracts away the scene transition logic, and that is super easy to call from anywhere else in the codebase, since we've registered our scene as an autoload. So in that method, we can use a Godot built-in to truly switch scenes, but around that, we can add some code to show our black color rect and have it block the inputs, or do the reverse once the scene has been loaded. To get a true fade to black, the best is to use a little twin object to have the color X opacity gradually go from 0 to 1 or 1 to 0, instead of having it just suddenly pop in and out. What's pretty cool with that technique is also that if the scene you need to load takes a while, for example because it contains a lot of data or it has to do some initialization computing, you can easily have the scene transition autoload script wait for everything to be ready before disabling the black screen. For that, you can just add an optional parameter to wait for, and if it isn't null, then you await for this specific trigger before continuing with the transition effect. Then in the rest of your code, you can typically use an event that you emit once everything has been loaded, and that you give to your scene transition.goToSceneCall as the thing to await. This can even be boosted with a little loader component that you show until you're done waiting, and if you're curious about that, I actually made an entire video on how to make a bunch of different types of loaders. Similarly, if your scenes are loaded in stages, and you want to show this granular loading progression more clearly to the players, you can give your scene transition autoload scene a progress bar, and maybe a neat background image too to amaze players, and then in the script you can use an array of awaitables instead of just one to show the loading progress visually with your progress bar chunk by chunk. And so, here you go. You now know a few simple techniques to make a nice flow for your game and better switch between your Godot scenes. I really hope you liked this quick tutorial. Don't hesitate to react in the comments and...
Alright, that's loaded, yeah. Okay, so hook the key, reference... Oh, yeah, okay. But this... Game is pausable, yeah. What is new in here? Excuse me. Oh. Oh, because these are new, okay. I don't need these other ones. Wait, what? Just keep what you already have. It handles... What do you mean it's mostly fine? So... Pause menu still exists here. UI roots doesn't have the pause menu, so... So it's loading up the game over correctly. Like, that's good. Wait a second. There's no, oh. There's no UI root here when, Wait, it is active though, because we get the UI up here. So it was telling us to do some more things up here. Because does main still have the pause in here now? No, it does not. It does have UI, so if we hide that, it's not visible now. And it should not be. I think part of the issue is the scene root is loading it up wrong. So if we go back to scene manager here isn't what's loading that scene. It's loading from main menu. Like it's just changing to scene when what we need is this to change. So we need to scene manager doesn't have main. How do we add this in here? Oh. We're just gonna make it level 4. So we have core engine, audio engine, core, menu, scene manager. I think where we need to put this is in here. So we'll just make it level 4. And I'm going to take main and just drag it into level 4. And then there's also the scripts. So script for that. Oh, oops. So we have that. But when we have here, it's a scene manager. So main menu. So okay. So main menu. So level 4. Hide this. Let's see how this flows now. So I don't have any button sounds. It didn't load it as... It didn't... Okay, yeah, these, never mind. The ignore scene manager, game, and score. Those are our scripts. So we have UI root. Can I pause? Cannot pause. Can we die? We can die and it doesn't do anything because we broke that. It's just going to be a cheap fix for this right now. So it's not restarting. Right, so I made it a little worse. Game over. Restarting true. Because the problem is that's hard coded. So if we die, oh, still failed. What did we do here? Oh, womp. This is still stuff that okay, I don't care about this right now because I broke other things. What did we do here? So, like, yeah, it's named the same. Did I give it the scene manager code? I don't think I did. Okay, let's update this first. Okay, so UI root. UI root. No, it wants pause menu. Wait, what? Oh no, that's correct. What's that? So UI root pause, it goes to pause menu. That's correct. Wait, which code? Game. And then, so the delta section, delta float, void, input pause is pausable, game pause, pause is pausable, so... So we're adding that. Gameplay scene script, the one that traces the old main set. That's the main, which we'll rename this at some point. Pretty sure this is in here. So true, self, yeah. In menu splash screens. Wait, what? I think that's fine for now. Still nothing from that. So it has the pause layer here. And if so pause menu enabled, it's there. I don't have two of them, do I? No. Excuse me. Oh, do I have two sets of audio loaded? Audio stream player 2, 11 through 19. I want to see if that adds the hover sound. No hover sound. It's saved, so it should have. Unbutton hovered. Oh, because it's not unbutton pressed. Oh, so I think it did actually. So let me see. When we click it, it should go clink. Yeah, it does make the sound. It's not doing it on hover though, so we need to I think I still need to add a little bit to this though. Yeah, so main menu button. So let's see. It was the game over scene. Not that. That's scripts. So this. Because we have pressed. How did we do the hover? Okay, so that. What was that in the ready? Okay, so ready, add that. It's not the try again button. How is this declared? So button. Okay, so on main menu, but where button starts. Okay, so Actually, this, I think, just needs to be button. So start, exit button. And then in here, I'm still missing stuff. Let's see if it does anything though. I don't think it does yet. Okay, so mouse entered on a base object null instance. What is this name, this script? It's like, I know I'm close, but I'm still missing something. So like we have a button. It's got a button on press. And this has a button on press. Ah. Okay, 1 second. So on try again press. Ah, okay. So this is in the ready. So there should be a connected, yeah, so. Yeah, we're missing some code. We're missing. I don't think that's correct. See if we crash right away. Yeah. Oh. Hold on. What all is it trying to change here? So... Was this not working before? I don't think this one was animating, so... This might not be... Oh, that's also wrong. So those... Hey Google, make the hallway cooler. So if start button... Did I add these in 2 spots? I don't see the click anymore. So start button, press connect, on button pressed. Start button, mouse entered connect on button hovered bind start button. Okay, so it is missing some extra bits of code. So let's grab all this, replace all that. I hate this stupid ask ChatGPT bit. This has a pass. Stop moving, damn it. What was different down here? Handlers. So I'm just gonna copy paste all this. So start pressed, hover, start pressed, hovered. Because it added a little bit of extra code. No, don't, damn it. Stop. Don't do that. Okay, let's see here. Save, play. Still failed. Why'd this fail? Ugh. So the function ready. My back wants to crack. I copied all that. That should be good. Finish connect on animation finish. That's all good. Animator play animation 2. That we left that. I copied that 1-to-1. I don't know what broke here. You know, it's probably an indentation here. Like, that's usually what it is. Can't scroll. Node not found. Okay, so yeah, so it's failing in the animator stuff. Hold on. Damn it. I'll tab back to here. So, like, it's failing in main menu. So it's failing in this stuff. No click sound. So it's not finding the buttons under this. It's finding it for the click on button press. But it's not finding it for the hover. Oh, it still has, so this, so let's, well, that, okay, hold on, that doesn't matter there, that's, oh, that's the error message, that's, oh, wait. Cannot find it in the current scope. We'll test this again in a second. So that it's failing. Oh, that's not good. So it's registering on hover. I don't want. Okay, that's not right. I only want the clicking. Did it give me right up? Did it send me to the top here? What did we ask it to fix? We gave it a few different things. So how do we do it on the game over screen? On button hovered. Yeah. Because right now what it's doing is it's binding it as the exit button. It's doing... Huh? If exit button pressed, else main... If on exit button pressed... Yeah, okay, so... let's try that. Still exits. Maybe I didn't save it. Still exiting. So on this, connect on button hover. So on button hovered. I don't think this is in this. Oh no, it's definitely in here. Wait, what? Well, that shouldn't be in there. Just get rid of all that. Okay, so okay, so this should fix it. Okay, so we got that. Ignore this. Don't care anymore. It took forever. So, all right. Let's see what it does here. What is it? It's 135. We're kind of on a flow now, so I'm kind of still in the mood to continue working on this, but I am feeling tired. And I should try to sleep again early, even though I slept 10 hours today during most of the day. So this one, I don't know what to do here. So we have level 4 as our level. But on game over here, it's so that it's changing scenes when pressing the change scene, but it's not resetting, because I think so there's a score reset. It was resetting the score. I wonder if it's not just hiding the game over scene, if that was the issue. Because it does do the score resets. I probably should have pasted this script also. So let's get some score. Oh, my mouse isn't hidden again. That's great. Oh yeah, there's no fireballs to shoot at me. Let's get some crackers. High score and crash. Attempted to call function add child and base. So like we're still on game over. So that pulled us into here, which now has this in the UI, which is active from here. Oh, so okay, so it doesn't. Hey, Eva, what's going on? So it loads the scene down here. It's not loading it into Scene Manager. That might be part of the issue here. Oh, damn it. I made a video game. And it's not quite working exactly as planned right now. Right now your game over scene is trying to use Scene Manager, but your level game over transition is certainly still using yes. That blows away the whole app root game scene. Yep. Child is no longer valid. Yep. Okay, so yeah, so we need to make a game over scene here. So in Scene Manager, we need this, and then we'll make a new one, game over. Move that there. Copy the UID. We got that. And then we need, So that added that there. I don't think there's anything else needed here. I think it gave me the whole thing. Change your death code to scene manager game over. Wait, so death code. So death code. This isn't in here. I bet it's in main. There's no death. Die? No. Body entered. Body die. I bet this is under player for some reason. Yeah, it's here. Oh. Okay. So this does that instead. Let's see if that worked. So I haven't fixed the UI on the top yet. I added the sound effects. My beautiful potato pops in. Start. My music's not working, but that's fine. Still failed. Restart current scene and base. I've been wanting to make this for a little while. It's like, to be straightforward with it, my job is ending. So I have currently no income at the end of the year. This seemed like an easy project that I could throw out really quick. The hard part right now is figuring out the back end of how all this works. Because like right now, I have a functioning demo. When I find the window, because Windows does not group anything together. Ooh, we almost got hit by that one. Ah, I didn't mean to fall. So, like, Marshmallow Head seemed like a cool project. So I want to, at some point, make him so that if he hits a fireball here, he'll, like, catch fire for a moment. And if, like, the more you get hit, the more toasty you look. But right now, it's endless points scoring. Because there's no end to it. So like the graham crackers right now give you 100 points. You fall in the fire pit, you die. But yeah. So high score counts. Try again, 1 cracker on that life. So this is the pause screen. The pause screen here is not working in the current code, so I'm trying to fix that. Because I started reformatting the way that this is laid out. So I have a main node that is the app node that pulls in these structures. I want to have at least 4 levels to this. Because right now, let's see, main 2D. This is the world that I was just on. Like it's easy to do. Like you just literally click and pick and place. You just move shit around. It's really easy to do things. Like You got your big tree. Like, it's like, so like DayZ editor, you go through the side and you got your stuff on the side. So like I turn on and off. Let's find one that's visible, like this one down here. So it would help if I name these something that made more sense. But yeah. But like this is my animation source for it. Come on, title bar. There we go. So animations, animation shape, play. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, this is my game over scene. So the camera fits within this box. So between the purple box and these bars. So that's my game over scene, my pause scene. For some reason, this pause scene is not becoming visible. I wonder, let me check that. Let me see if that fixes it. I might have had that backwards. No, not working. The music's not working. Pause is not working. I don't know why. I've attempted it a few times. Like, the pause menu exists, but it's not enabling and disabling. I don't know what is exactly broken there. So it's called Godot. It's Godot, Godot, but I guess it's pronounced Godot. Oh, did I don't know if I fixed that. I made code changes and then never checked it. Godot. All right, so yeah, so restart current scene in base node scene manager. Well, these are from Game Over. So that's the one that we just added. Okay, so is this is from Game Over. Oh, my back cracks. I'm just going to fully copy this. Also, this is actually quite a bit of different code. Let's test that. I still don't have background music. I don't know what's missing there. All right, those still work. Still crashes. Like I want to say it's probably something to do with scene manager here. And it was probably that indentation that was missing. This program is very picky on its indentations. What do you mean land class building? So you're talking about with PBO project unpacking, and you're still using 128, right? You're using 129. You're not. You can't use PBO project. You have to use add-on builder. PBO project doesn't work with 129 at all. Yeah. Fun. PBO. They're changing a lot of backend stuff. I had the pages open. It's open in so in the DayZ Academy. I had it in 129 talk. I was talking about it like 3 days ago. All right, yeah, this ticket. So that ticket, you have to use add-on builder, which, let's see, yeah, nothing was added to mine. So, like, you do your normal shit here. my issue that I had was on page 2 of add-on builder. I'll go ahead and launch tools right now. Experimental tools, launch. So add-on builder. My issue I had recently was, why do I have a tagging going on? So I had an issue with options. Path to project I had put directly to my map. That needs to be P drive. The rest of this is irrelevant. That's your key file and a temp folder, which isn't too necessary, but like that link will show you these. Like you need to make sure these are not set to default and you set them to DayZ experimental tools, because the default goes to stable tools, which does not work for add-on builder. And then just normal, just choose a folder that you're packing and then choose where you're sending it. Make sure you set it to add-ons, because you have to add the add-ons folder. It doesn't auto add that. I unchecked clear temp and the rest of these are all checked. Did you post a link, or is my bot just being dumb? Probably just my bot. Oh, my legs are kind of hurting. Oh, let's see. When you die, game over is now also managed by scene manager. Try again. Can I just copy paste this? I can. All right, so in scene manager, so there's no restart. So there's change scene. All right, letters. I'll probably be off here shortly. It's 1:30 in the morning. Actually, it's 2 a.m. now. I got ads starting in 2.5 minutes. I'm going to snooze ads. Actually, no, I'm not going to, because I'm going to play in the morning. I'm going to work on this in the early morning hours. And Twitch keeps their skips for like 24 hours. So you guys are going to have to suffer through 3 minutes of ads. Sorry. All right, let's see here. The version you're running is still the old one. Oh. What? Okay, replace scene manager with this. Okay, so I'm going to copy everything down. What? Why is this throwing an error? Doesn't have a set type. What did it remove? Bum, 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 bum. Okay, undo, because I don't know what it's breaking there. Next scene, new scene, current scene, current scene, current scene. Okay, I like this. So, current scene, new scene. Wait, so... Huh? If current scene this... Okay, so all this is new. If current scene... Why is it... So I see current scene queue, current scene. Found indent instead. Maybe it were no. New scene not declared with current scope. Oh, I see it. It's right out here. Oh no, it's right here. Right. Yeah, that's Oh, my neck cracked. Identifier, new scene not declared in current scope. So change scene. Current scene. Restart level. So I copy pasted and now I have a different error. This looks like it's the same code as what we had before though. Yeah, this should be updated. So game over. Let's double check these quickly. So this should be all updated because it knows what I was working on. Let's see if that fix still failed. Okay, so I have no clue if that typo went through. And yep, okay, there we go. And ChatGPT will think about this for like 10 minutes. I don't remember what the old code here was. This is... Yeah, I don't remember what this was. Cannot infer the type of variable because the value doesn't have a set type. Huh? Okay. Interesting first message. Is that a C-Lab 2021 quote? Thanks for the follow. I don't know what ChatGPT broke here. I don't know what this means. Because the value doesn't have a set type. Is this just Fraser error, infer scene path because the value does not have a set type? What is the set type? Where's... How do I set the set type? So, game over scene. All right. Still thinking. Oh, it did leave that typo. Okay. Wait, where is... Error, okay. Being picky about syntax, because scenes is an untyped, just give scene path explicit type. Okay, yeah. So ChatGPT just gave me bad code. That's what it gave me. Where is that line? Line 23, var path, set path. Var scene path? Scene path. All right. Let's see what else was in here. All right, that seems to work. My mouse still isn't hidden. Ah. There's nowhere to go that way. So we partially got it working again. Pew, 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 pew. All right. So that seems to be working in that sense, at least. Scene manager. Comment that out. Excuse me. All right. So we got all that working. Audio route. Where is so FX? So game over scene is good. Remove that. I don't know if okay, changing those to use the UIDs, the unique identifiers. So camera's working. All of these, except for the controller for the pause menu, that doesn't seem to be working. Pause layer. Pause layer, pause menu. So that seems to be still correct. So the pause script, which should be part of this. Maybe it's not part of that. Does it get? I wonder if it's in. Yeah, pause menu seems to be in here when it probably should be in here. But this does load. Let's see, is there, so pause menu is also in here, isn't it? So I wonder if that's part of the issue, is the pause menu is also in here. So if we move this into game, let's move it there, but we also need from the top here. Let's see, does this now work? Nothing seems to happen when I press that, because that's what's supposed to happen. And this pulls from pause menu. Oh, did I just put all that in the wrong thing? Yeah, so I think that's what's going on. I think the pause stuff is supposed to be in the other menu or in the other script. Okay, so that, and then items. I think items one has already been working. We'll see if that makes a difference with the fireballs, though. Well, it helps if I don't fall in the orb of fire. Hello, fireballs. Come on. Anytime. They're not working. We should have a fireball by now. Okay, so Oh, wait. Oh, no, that's correct. So, loading that. But like certain things, like many things are not working still. Why is this even loaded? I don't like it's if certain things at the top here just randomly seem to get loaded. Scene route, don't need that open, and I haven't looked at that in a while. What is? Don't care about that. So Sprite 2D. Is that pulling from the fireball scene? So that's from the fireball. How's that? I think I skipped over a step earlier for something. Like I got bored. Because it just takes so long to do stuff that I'm just like, that's fine. We'll do this instead. Like, these are menu. It is hot in my office. Okay, let's continue trying to do the fireballs. Like, we're not getting any errors for it. We're getting errors for other things. Node not found for the game over. For not game over. So for game. For pause menu. Like, that's what I get. So I'm not sure. Is it because it's Node 2D? Maybe this? What script did we just edit? We edited game. Which this is a control. So drop in main, change this to match Fireball's UID. Yeah, we've already did that. The camera's somewhere else. Player adjusts. Like, I think it has something to do with the camera scene. Let's jump back to this for a minute. What I don't know is the proper formatting for this, because it's pulling. Because it's saying node not found. Absolute path attempt from that. Can I do a GUID from this? No, this isn't a scene. Though it is a scene, isn't it? It is. Oops, wrong button. Main, so that, and then we'll do an onload. Non-existent function toggle menu. Wait, what? Ooh, foot correct. Okay, so main menu. Why is this complaining? I think that's just because, oh. Okay, I have multiple scripts that are pulling this. That's what's going on. Like, not from main menu, from... So this And game seems to be pulling it. Okay, so this is just getting rid of all of that. You already do, yes. Wait, after, so pause menu. Eh? Grab the pause menu from UI roots. UI root to this one. Okay, so on ready, pause menu, this is a little different than what you already do. I don't do that. This is done in scene manager? No. Okay, it's done here in game. Okay, this is a little confusing. No, excusey. Mixcusey. So that. There we go. No more node found because from game. So process, function process, if UI has method toggle pause menu, but so this already exists in here. Let's see if that just works. We'll leave the old code. Hey, pause menu works from there. Okay, I don't want that to work from there, though. Is it actually paused? I can't tell. Oh, my HP is 0. That's beautiful. The only way to get hurt right now is to do that. So orb. Oh, I have the fire pit set as orb damage. I'll need to change that at some point. So So does the UI still show up on the... It still shows up here during the main menu. So... We'll do that. It's 2:30 in the morning. I think we're gonna raid out because I need to sleep again today. So let's see who's on. Not many. There's a few people on. I don't want to talk about it. It's under the house somewhere. I've slept all day today. Like, I got up and then went back to bed. Like, I streamed for like 4 hours this morning. And then I went back to bed afterwards.
God, who scared me? I'm pooping my pants here.
Alright, let's go raid Nitno.
Little one. He's about 10 months old, so sometimes I need to go AFK.
I've been super exhausted lately.
Doing good.
So, like, trying to get that back in order. Like, I was planning on maybe doing, like, I don't want to go under my house right now. Like, it's all the way in the front corner, and I don't want to crawl under there. It's cold out. Yeah. Like, it's currently 37 degrees out. That's really cold. And like, which sucks because I gotta rehang my gutter before Friday because we have a huge snowstorm coming in the next couple days. Let me see if there's been any change on that weather. Hopefully it hasn't changed. I have long screws coming tomorrow. So I can go screw my gutter back into the roof. Yeah, 3.6 inches on Saturday. So tomorrow is just warm. It's warm and windy, and then it just gets cold. Our snow is no longer happening later in the week. It was supposed to snow all week, so that's interesting to see. That'll be fun. But yeah, all right.
Yeah. So the map we're playing.
Yeah. Nitno's playing P&W. I'll be back again in the morning. See you guys in like 10 hours. Bye.